This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon and welcome to Djuma Private Game Reserve. As you can see, we're looking at a herd of elephant at Galagopan. It is a hot afternoon, but what a way to start. So we'll be reporting live from our location this afternoon. We are so happy to have you on board. So please enjoy and welcome to your very own live safari through the African wild. Yes, welcome back. So we're still looking at those elephants at Galagopan. There was lots of them when we arrived, but a lot of them moved off into the bush, but a great way to start. It's very close to camp, so we heard them actually, so we decided to come check. And we had a very good surprise seeing all of them there. Bit of interaction there. My name is Cedric. I have Darren on camera with me this afternoon. Our plan for this afternoon would be to drive around here, and Drew will go follow up on that leopard sighting we got this morning. Hopefully we'll find them again. So on our side we will maybe bumble around Zoe's road. There was some other leopard track on that side. Check what we can find there, but in the meantime we will sit here and watch those elephants. Of course, please don't forget to send us your question on #WildEarth on Twitter, also at FC on YouTube. If you're under the age of 18, pop us an email on kidsquestion@wildearth.tv. You can also go register on our website, head over the live safari page, and you can submit your question there. We would love to hear from you, and hopefully we'll be able to answer your question and make it a little bit more educational. Yeah, when we got there was about at least, I would say, 25 elephants, and then most of them moved off, but fortunately there's some of them stayed here. As you know, elephants need to drink water, and they need to drink quite a lot of water. We can drink up to 160 liters of water. Obviously that would be for the big elephants. If they are smaller, they will drink a bit less. It is quite warm here. This afternoon I think it's the hottest day we got so far, well, since I arrived. And the wind did pick up a bit as well. But I don't see many clouds in the sky. So I think it's going to be a very nice afternoon, and I'm sure the sunset will be beautiful as well. It's always nice to start with elephants. Look like those elephants also move towards the block there. We can see there's one still drinking, but they might move off. Okay, so it is hot here and a bit windy, but let's see what is the weather at our other locations.
Good afternoon everybody. Welcome to Djuma Private Game Reserve here. Actually, hot day though, as we also can see these elephants, they are on a shadow. Now we see one at Twin Dam. This is actually a separating herd, where it's actually different to the Cedric, which one is had up there near Gary Dam. So my name is Andrew this afternoon, and then I still have BK on camera. So this is where this is the plan, checking watering hole. It's always a good idea. Elephants, they love swimming. I believe they actually have swim into this dam here, where some of them, they darker in color. Some of them are gray in color. Those are gray in color. These are the ones that actually haven't yet swim. When I was looking at these twin dam here, watering hole was also a visual of the hippo. So I'm just wondering if they actually still take that swim, which they may. What a hippo will do is that the hippo, they have to maybe step aside and let these big animals swim into that water. Perhaps they weren't going to take so much time. They're just going to swim and move on. Like right now. So they're taking it easy, but they're feeding around here. So they're going to make sure they feed around the shade just to keep the temperatures maximum. Well, so this is actually to tell that we got various groups come to Djuma, different herds from all over, and they wander through across this area quite a lot because of the watering hole that we have. It's sufficient for them, and they will love so much spending time near water, swim. So everybody, I'm going to stay put here because this is the only way they're going to have to make their way through us. In the meantime, let's go across to JP for his intro. We're also there at the dam.
Good afternoon and welcome to WildEarth. We're live at Bushwalk at Eco-Training Pridelands. For the moment, just like Andrew, we also positioned ourselves at a dam. So generally in warm days like this, some animals must come and drink eventually. So our best bet is to actually sit and wait here and to see what comes in. So far, we've got some giraffe that was approaching and some crazy impalas that still think that the rutting season is not over. So my name is JP LaRue, and behind the camera, we have got Jared. So our plan for this afternoon is to spend most of our time around the dam until the temperatures have cooled down. Currently, our air temperature is some 34 degrees Celsius, which is quite a warm day for this time of the year. And this also explains why there's such a large amount of inactivity of animals at this period. Interestingly enough, giraffe is one of those animals that can actually venture directly out into the sun. Although they dark in color and do absorb a lot of heat, they've also got a very unique mechanism, which is almost like a little panel that deflects the heat away from the body underneath those dark patches. They're also incredibly long-limbed and therefore have a fairly small surface area compared to other larger sized animals that actually struggles to cool themselves down. One of those animals are hippo, which we also used to find in this dam, which actually has the inability to sweat. So these animals actually have to stay in water to remain cool and then maintain a consistent body temperature. Interestingly enough, the hippo has also adapted into environments like this to have another protective feature, which is its own unique sun protection factor that it can give off.
Yeah, so there's this very big bull elephant walking through the bushes there. We're still in the same spot. I'm just going to stay quiet and maybe you will be able to hear all the branches crack when you walk. It is amazing how quickly they can disappear. It was right there and now it's gone. Unfortunately, there's more elephants still at the pond there. Sometimes there might be a little bit of rumble around the water. It happens that one elephant comes, especially a small pond like that, and start push the others. But for now, it seems to be very calm. No irritation there. I'm sure they were quite thirsty because it was hot the whole day. So they must have spent quite a bit of time at that pond because it's very small and there was plenty of them, so they probably made turn to go drink. Obviously, they will bring the water through the trunk into their mouth to drink. They use also their trunk to bring food to their mouth. So it's a very important part of their body. Can have between 50,000 and 100,000 muscles.
Everybody, we're still sitting here, Twin Dam, looking at these elephants. Seen one of these young ones, that mother leading young one across this Mlawati River to the other side. We also seen many of these elephants. Some of them are still to come, which they haven't yet arrived into this watering hole. Due to the temperature that it has rise up to about 35 degrees this afternoon, they may possibly swim, some of them that they still have to arrive. We're just going to wait and take it easy. And they have more shadow than us. Trevor, so you're asking all these elephants are related? Oh, the wind is picking up. So they are related, especially these females, and that's what they form nestling herds, where all the aunties here and all the sons, their daughters, and their mother. So they are related. Though sometimes they can spread around quite a lot, where finally one group would move separately away from the rest. Eventually they were able to join up again due to the communication sound. When we've seen actually this group, it's actually a great number here. Can't tell how many of them, but this is what now they probably rejoined from wherever they were. Chance of them joining up when it's too hot, it's actually there. It's a great chance because they have to meet around watering hole. So each group has to be led by matriarch. Can't always be mixed group, so each one has to be separated from the another. But though they're actually not territorial, so they home range overlap usually because easily they're not territorial. I've seen these two hippos in there and another elephant right to the top of that damn wall. But that one there, it's already swam, dark. And the one that is drinking right here, it's one of the male. There's quite a few male that I've seen here already. And this one there is just thinking, just resting his trunk. Dip it into the water, but not drinking, it's just resting. everybody. I'm going to be sending you now across to Cedric, who also has an elephant who they're also drinking. Elephant Day.
Yes, Andrew, Elephant Day, indeed. Started that way. So, most of the elephant left, this one is living. There's still 2 elephants at the dam, at the pan. And they're currently quite enjoying the water still. Throwing a bit of water here and there. You can see, might do it again now. There we go. We can get quite possessive around water. At one stage there was a Ngala there. I didn't saw it, but Darren told me that one elephant sprayed water on the Ngala. And after that, I saw one elephant chasing the Ngala. So it was quite entertaining. Looks like they don't really want to drink at the moment, just playing with the water. And they keep on pushing each other sometimes, which is quite nice. They are still young. We'll see the one on the left. It will be a little bit smaller. This one decided to drink. Yeah, it's amazing how quickly they leave, but at least there's still 2 there. Sorry, we just got something beeping in the background. I apologize if you heard that. So I think now, when these 2 leave, we will also make our way. Andrew found some tracks in the morning. Sorry. I got a question, but I didn't really get it. It is a bit windy. I apologize for that. I was trying to concentrate to listen, but... Yes, I was saying might go to check the track that Andrew saw this morning, and we might move towards Impala Plain there. I know that Taron Gumi like to do that path, but it haven't been seen for a while now. So I'm not sure if it's him, but I think we'll go try our luck there. Okay, I think we will start moving. It was very nice to see these 2 elephants. We might see more now on the way out, because they may have moved in that direction, in the direction we're going now. There's apparently quite a lot of elephants around as well, so I think we will have lots of chance to find some elephant again. I hope it doesn't get too much windy than that, because sometimes it can get a bit difficult to hear, and also for the sound, you know, it's a bit more difficult. Okay, let's make our way there. In the meantime, we'll send you to Dan, who would like to say good afternoon.
Good afternoon and welcome everybody on your African live safari bush. My name is Dai Koza and I've got Johan on the camera. So this afternoon we're going to be bumbling around and hope to find anything interesting. As you can see, we're just driving along this road. It's a very nice and warm day. So hoping that because it's so warm, might might have a leopard up in a tree because the breeze is much cooler up there. So let's hope we're going to find something really interesting this afternoon. Also, as soon as the sun goes down, because it's a bit warm now, then predators might start to get more and more active. It's really nice to find animals being more active, like the lions, because they spend most of the time sleeping during the day, and then as soon as it starts cooling down, those animals are going to start getting more and more active. Yeah, otherwise we're just going to loop around, maybe go past one of the water holes and see if there's anything drinking there, and if it's nothing, maybe we might spend bit of time, maybe a couple of minutes there, and see if there's anything that's going to come, because the day was hot today, but I'm sure there will be something drinking there. If not, we're just going to carry on and see if we can pick up maybe fresh signs of animals that have been moving on top of vehicle tracks from this morning, and then that will be a good sign, so we'll know where to start following, because tracks are reliable. Like most of these roads have been driven by the vehicles this morning, so if we happen to pick up any tracks, we'll know they're fresh. They can be from after morning game drives. So yeah, let's hope something interesting is gonna come up for us this afternoon. Yeah, as I said, it's a beautiful day. It will be really, really nice to see a leopard up in a tree in this light, and as you can see, the breeze is picking up. Yeah, so the leopard will be sitting up in a tree on one of those large trees, because that's a good area for them. When they're resting up in these trees, they'll also be scanning around to see if they can spot something that they can look forward to go and hunt, because when they're high up there, it's enough height for them to pick up the prey species. So we're just going to carry on down this road and hope to find something really interesting. Otherwise, yeah, we're going to go over to JP and see what JP's got for us.
Welcome back to Pridelands. Our plan for this afternoon was to sit at one of the water holes and just wait out till the animals will come and drink. It's incredibly hot, the temperature at the moment, some 34 degrees Celsius. However, tomorrow it's going to be considerably cooler. It will come down by approximately 14 degrees Celsius, cooler for tomorrow. So what we've noticed is that there's a lot of animals that started slowly moving towards the water from what we've been here. And we've got some impala, we've also got some giraffe that's coming down. What I did find quite interesting is that this impala ram is still very confused. He still thinks that the rutting season is going on, which actually finished off already 2 months ago, and was trying to herd some females into the area a little bit earlier. It seems that they're mostly now all moving away. So one of the discussions that we had earlier on the show was the number of adaptations which animals have to deal with excessive heat. And some animals like giraffe as well as elephant can be out there all day long in the direct heat. However, certain species are not as heat tolerant and therefore have become night active. Or in some cases, we might find them active in the day, but only in the coldest parts of the year. We also find that lions especially is very, very sensitive to heat and will normally only hunt in the coolest parts of the day. Good afternoon, Lev, and welcome to the show. Yes, definitely the water will keep them warmer, and we find that water loses its temperature at a much slower rate compared to air temperature that would be lost very quickly. So therefore, the water would keep them a little bit warmer for longer. We also find that is why crocodiles will stay in the water when it's comparatively cold, because the water temperature itself is more consistent than air temperature. And as the temperature increases, they will eventually go out onto the banks and make use of the sun to increase their body temperature. I just want to see what our giraffe is coming up to. For those of you that have joined us for the first time, one of the amazing adaptations that they have to deal with heat is actually those little patches that they have on their skin, which is both there for camouflage, but also works like a thermal window that just dumps off the excess heat.
Calling all WildEarth explorers, we have a new and frankly awesome travel prize for you to win. andBeyond Phinda Private Game Reserve encompasses an impressive 28,000 hectares of protected wildlife land in KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. As you have seen on WildEarth, andBeyond Phinda showcases one of the continent's finest game viewing experiences and is well known for close-up sightings of the elegant yet elusive cheetah, as well as the rare black rhino. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer before the 16th of September, and you and a friend could be heading to the magnificent Phinda Mountain Lodge, where you will spend 3 nights escaping the real world at this ultimate safari location. WildEarth explorers, it's in your nature.
Being nominated to the top 5 and finally being here, for me, it's an achievement. Tracks, I believe I did quite well, and the walk, and sometimes you often drag their feet forward. The storytelling as well. So yeah, I think that's where I see my strongest point. And then that was the opportunity of the scrapping. I say the bedding and the call, definitely for me. It was quite a big challenge. Guiding is not all about the award that we have had, but in sharing the experience and continue to do what we have passion and love.
Something very, very interesting. I didn't plan this, but this is a scene rarely seen. This is what we call a journey of giraffe. So beautiful.
Tune into WildEarth every single day. It's in your nature.
Yeah, here we are. We just find this head of wildebeest lying there nicely out in the open. Even though it's a bit warm, this is the kind of area that these antelopes will prefer, because they know they are the prey species. So even though it's like this, sometimes lions are known as nocturnal hunters, but you never know. Lions, if they're really hungry, they'll go out in the day, try and hunt, but the chances are very slim because they can easily be seen by the prey. So the reason why these animals are lying out in the open like this is just that they can see better, also run much faster when they want to escape the predators. It's interesting though, it's quite a few of them there, because normally you'll see one lonely bull by himself. It's just because we don't have migration on the southern part of Africa, so the bulls become more territorial. He'll sort of like hang around more or less by himself or with other species like zebra, impala, for safety. Like safety in numbers rely on each other's sense. When one sees the predator first, he just give the warning to the other, so they're safe that way. So the bulls just stay here until maybe he have a herd that's joined him, as they just gone through, or this is just towards the end of the mating season, and these animals are going to be having their calves in November, December. That's when you see maybe more of those young ones. Yeah, as well as lions possibly happy then, because there's lots of young ones and there's lots of food for these animals. Just yeah, wildebeest heads, the bulls are territorial, as I said earlier on, but yeah, otherwise these small heads will have a female that leads them. Even though they roam around, they're not territorial. The rest of the herd is just the bull that will stay more or less in the same area as his territory, and then the rest will just move around. But even for that, there will be one cow that will always lead them through those areas where they roam around. So they just do circles, because in winter like this, most of the prey species will need to drink twice or a day, so because they eat so much dry food, so they know once they start to move here, they'll be moving in a direction of some water, maybe try get water before sunset. They may have been late mornings this morning, and then as you can see, they're just lying there. That's what they'll do first thing in the morning. They'll graze slowly in the direction of water and get there. So if the bull is not there with them because they're territorial, then that's the female that will lead them, go down direction of water, get some water, and go back more or less the same way they came, or just happen to graze in the direction of another water hole. Same routine almost every day, of which it might take some days for these animals to be back in that same sort of area again. Yeah, we're just going to leave these animals lying here peacefully and hoping they're going to start to move as soon as it starts cooling down. That water hole I mentioned, we might come across them drinking there. Let's go over to Andrew with his elephants.
So going to a watering hole, it's always a good idea. So as ourselves, we're still sticking around here and looking at these elephants. That bull that we thought he may not maybe drink, he went, I know before, but he was not very interested to drink. Oh, there's another bull that is actually coming from my right hand side. This is the bull that has always been pushed by the other one, but that one was pushing the other one. There's a third biggest which he also has to move away from him. They're very interesting. These domination actually on elephants, it works that way. It's quite a lot of dominate, but finally there is a biggest one who would dominate the rest. If you look at that one that he just came to the water, in size compared to these two, he's slightly bigger. Just gonna see, because now he's coming to the one that he was always afraid of the other one that has came in, but now we see how they probably gonna get close to one another though. But there is a fourth one that came in from the same direction that the third one has came in from. So there's quite a lot of bulls in here. And this one is on mast that are actually now coming in as a fourth, yeah? So he's sweating this tambourine. can see how they respect one another. Always, when they're separated from the females, they come to this group of males and they have to respect one another. Sheila, you're asking what the biggest herd I've seen in Djuma. So, in one of the open area a while ago, it was nearly 35 of them. So the whole herd, and they were just coming to drink at the same time. Eventually, you hardly to see the water because there was not sufficient water there. So yeah, I'm just gonna have to look away because try look away here because I know when you're in a water hole, the wind sometimes pick up higher quite a lot. So there are 35, 40, that's the biggest I see in group. But it could be that, a lot of herds can be in such a number bigger than that there. But yeah, a lot of time we've seen anything from 15, 20, but you see 30, it's a bigger number. For that matriarch in that group has to make sure she knows what she's doing because leading this group to a sufficient grazing land, and then it's a lot of work for her. And that's why sometimes they split in few groups. If they come in so many number, the group have probably sustained and they finally got a lot of them in that group. It always works better because matriarch shares an assistant. That assistant is one of the experienced female also in that group. So everybody, I'm going to stay put here, and then let's send you across to JP, who's got a giraffe arriving at a watering hole.
Over the last hour that we've been sitting in the dam now, we've had a number of giraffe as well as impala coming in to drink. And there's consistently a number of giraffes coming in. Firstly, they're very, very cautious and they watch from a distance to see what is actually going on. They know that they're incredibly vulnerable at little water holes like this. And this is quite often where lion will actually wait for prey animals to come and drink and then ambush them, especially in this late winter months where there's very little water around. Predators do know that that is the only places where those animals can go and drink. Let's see if this guy's going to relax and actually have a drink. One of the most fascinating things for me always to watch them drinking is a second one that has actually saw us a little bit earlier. And I find it particularly interesting that we can kind of seal ourselves fairly well and still they've got the ability to see us. So for those of you that don't know, giraffe has got phenomenal eyesight and it's believed that they can see animals and objects at almost 2 kilometers away. They can also apparently keep contact with one another at distances of 3 kilometers just by keeping an eye on one another. Looks like one of our giraffes is definitely going to commit to having a drink. Look at how they're going to split their legs and then bring down their heads. Good afternoon, Richard, and welcome to the show. With regards to your question, can giraffes swim? I don't think they can really swim. I've never seen them going into water, so I doubt that they can really effectively swim. However, animals that I have seen swimming, as kudu, as well as zebras, animals such as nyala, and I've actually seen them going through quite strong flowing streams. Once I actually saw a zebra that was crossing a stream and it was almost taken by a crocodile. At the last moment, that zebra just kicked the crocodile into the face and managed to escape. Interestingly enough, Nyala that I saw swimming actually went to go and investigate on the other side of the river where a leopard was alarm calling. Giraffe is busy having a few sips of water there. It also seems as if he's just been accompanied by some oxpeckers. So for those of you that don't know oxpeckers, they are birds that specialize in feeding on ticks. And quite often when the animals do put their feet into the mud or into the water, the ticks will start moving up against the side of the legs. They'll generally go and feed directly off that little area as the water pushes the ticks upward. Quite often when you watch the giraffes as well, when they defecate and lift their tail, they'll also will go to the under part of the tail to go and get hold of ticks that were hiding in that area.
Yeah, we just came across this Africa's tallest land mammal, the giraffe, of which is two giraffes in front of us there, standing very dead still and staring at us. Yeah, you wonder where they've been, and then I think they've been to the water as we're heading in the direction of the water hole. And they looks like they're coming in the opposite direction. Very interesting and graceful animals to see them walking down the road. As you can see, if you look at the one on the right, to the right of me, of which that's definitely a male. I'm not 100% sure of the one on the left, but size-wise, I would guess that's a female because you can tell the sexes unless it's a young male. I'm just going to look at the horns before I confirm that because you can tell the sexes from these animals from a distance by looking at the horns, of which the male's horns are thicker and worn down from fighting because these guys fight a lot for dominancy to decide which is the dominant guy. Even though they're together, it looks like the one that moved away from the road to the left is a young male. So you'll see them every now and then necking, like swinging those necks and bang each other quite hard. From a distance, that looks like a slow motion, but these animals can kill each other sometimes because they swing the neck very low down and then try to hit each other, and then they'll use their front legs to block each other's necks because they swing the neck very low. And then as you see, sometimes when they're fighting, they'll be walking parallel to each other, bum to bum, and trying to position themselves, and you'll see the other one moving along with the other because it's not trying to give him a very good position, because once he's repositioned himself, he's had a good chance that you'll swing the neck and hit him quite hard. Now, I was saying earlier, the male's horns are thicker and worn down from fighting, and the females are thinner and hairy on top. Yeah. So, yeah, we're just gonna sit and watch this beautiful, tallest land mammal and the beautiful light there. Yeah, as you can see how beautiful and tall their necks are. It's interesting though that neck is got similar number of bones like us as human beings, just big chunks of bones, and 7 vertebrae. So you wonder why they have such a tall neck. That serves the purpose because these animals are strict browsers, so they'll eat leaves. So that helps them to reach the very top canopy of the trees. As you can see now, if you look where these animals are, the trees barely have leaves. So these giraffes will be searching for the trees which have leaves on the highest tip of the trees, as well as flowers, because we're going to go into spring now. Yeah, like some of the acacias have started flowering, so these animals will be moving around and looking for those beautiful flowers from these acacias that they'll feed off. Otherwise, you'll look around and think there's hardly any food for them. But every now and then they'll be walking through this beautiful bush, and you'll see him walking towards the trees, realize that there's something that he can eat. So these animals are street browsers. That's why they have this long neck that helps them to get the food, unless they just like go down to drink water. That's very interesting to see them, because they have to open their legs widespread and bend down. That's when they become very vulnerable to lions and then have such a high blood pressure, of which it's interesting to watch one of those animals resting, because to go to sleep they don't lie flat like most of the animals will do, like the lions, the leopards. Because of such a high blood pressure, they'll tuck the legs under the belly, sit down and keep the neck up. That's when they're very vulnerable to other predators. So that's when lions will get them. Otherwise they're not easy prey for lions. So
yes, welcome back with us. So we're arriving at Treehouse Dam now. Just wanted to check if there's anything here. We did drive around Impala Plains. We did quite a nice drive there, but we didn't see much. It is still very hot, so the animals will still be hiding a bit, especially the predators. But it was very nice to start with so many elephants everywhere, so that was nice. Seems to be quite quiet. There's one little steenbok staying in the shade there. I will just try to make my way there and have a look at that little steenbok there, if he doesn't run away. There we go, beautiful little male. As you can see, it is hot, so they like to stay in the shade. I really like the tiny horns. It is very beautiful. It's a very, very cute antelope. They are very fast as well and very shy. Yeah, so Treehouse Dam seems to be quite quiet. We are exactly where this steenbok is. This is where I got quite a very nice sighting of a honey badger. Oh, I will not remember how long ago was that, but we were watching Dark Mane, and honey badger came from that side and went to drink into the dam. So I have a very good souvenir of that area. Yeah, so when you see steenbok staying in the shade like that. Ruben, you're asking if they will fight other males with these tiny horns. Probably yes, this is why the reason they have horns. Obviously to compete and also for protection. But they're normally found in pairs, so there's always a male and a female, and they will be together. I never saw steenbok fight though, but I assume it might happen, yeah. They have beautiful markings in the ears there. It is a beautiful little antelope. Yes, I never saw one fight. It would be quite interesting to see if they do so. Because these little horns are very sharp, so it's not like kudu's horns or impala horns which will interlock together. So if they fight, it will be quite a different situation, because it's quite straight horns and very thin. It is a good question, actually. Now I have a minute, I will double check on that as well. I never thought of that. Yeah, this one seems to be alone. I don't see another female around. But you often find them in pairs. And I was saying, if you see one sitting in the shade like that, you know it is very hot. It's the first time also when we were driving earlier that I saw one sitting in the road in the shade. And we literally stopped the car because it was around a corner, and we stopped the car about, let's say, 10 meters from it, and it was still sitting. Unfortunately, as soon as I put the car off, it started moving. As you can see, it's hot, so they need to cool down. They are always a bit on the alert. Obviously, they are small antelope, quite often seen in the open areas, but they're always looking and listening around. Rachel, you saying you would like to see a herd of these tiny guys? Yes, well, I don't think it would be possible, unfortunately, because they're always in pair or alone. You will see a few of them in the same area, but there will not be many of them together. But I agree with you, if it was the case, it would have been very nice to see a lot of them together. But generally you found one or two together. There's quite a lot of them. Well, we see a few pairs on quarantine, but obviously they will not be together. There's always a bit of distance between them. So they are a little bit smaller than a duiker when you compare them. The duikers here are sold, so there's quite a lot of them, but they are very shy. As soon as you stop the car, they start running. He seems to be relaxed there, but still looking around. And apart from that, I don't see much. Maybe what we will do now is drive on the dam wall and see if we can find something else. It is very quiet. It feels like summer is here with the weather today, but summer is not yet here. Okay, so let's see what we can find around Treehouse Dam. Maybe there will be something interesting on the other side of the dam.
The Endangered Wildlife Trust fights at the forefront of conservation, across the vast Karoo and sweeping grasslands, in remote pockets of forest, along road networks, across African skies, and in communities to conserve our wildlife and wild spaces. Help us to protect forever, together. Donate now at ewt.org.za.
The scrap here collected a dry grass, put it next to the water hole as the hippo walks down during the warm of the day to drink the water. When the hippo arrives, he saw quite a very nice grass, an area not to resist to rest. And when the hippo went down to drink the water, and when he finished the water, he just lied down. And then, that was the opportunity of the scrappy. You know what? Today is my day to pay the revenge.
This is a battle of two great carnivores of the African wilderness. Whew. Whoa! You don't want to be under those jaws. Definitely, this round goes to the lion. Look at that. Fantastic.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
I love being a cam op for WildEarth. The animals coming right up close to you, especially like lions. Sometimes you get nervous, but you have to go with the flow. My favorite animal to film is the elephant because of how big it is. But when it's really up close to you, it's one animal that you would say, I really respect you.
So everybody, we move from the water hole to Chitwa water hole here, where all of the hippos, most of the hippo, not all of them, but they are basking. And it's amazing to see how many of these oxpeckers that they're there with them. And what's so special about this bird is that they always associate with animals. There was an African fish eagle, everyone. Can't actually see, maybe BK can. Oh, there it is, flying right there. Probably on search around. It's going to go down, sit in the branches. What a beautiful landing there. I heard actually two of them, so it has to be partnering around. So you're asking Hippo Bigger than a Rhino? Slightly different in size, where Hippo actually weigh anything from about, so 1,700 to 2 ton kg, so almost there. But they, some bull hippo, they would be much than 2,000 kilogram or 2 ton bull rhino. So the height of a hippo is anything from about 1.4 meter from standing up to the top. And they have a very short leg, I can tell you for sure. That's why they would love to make their own pathway everywhere they go. And every time they get out of the water, they would use this, especially a pathway they have made. And they're actually easy to identify where they have been, using these paths over the time every time they're around. So basking is always a good idea, but it wouldn't stay long out of the water. Then they would have a problem with the dryness of their skin. Which is so important. That's why they wouldn't love to emerge from the water to the land when it's dark. They wouldn't have a problem with sunshine through them. And their skin moistures would sustain the whole night until they came back to the watering hole again. Sure, this bird, they're feeding, they're pooping on top of the hippo. The hippo wouldn't mind, really. And every time that hippo got back to the water, all of the calcium from the bird poop would be washed off. And this bird have been making sure if they go everywhere, cavity and the floor, making sure they reach anywhere part of the animal. So everybody, we're going to stay put here, looking at these hippo. In the meantime, let's go over to Dyke, who also at a watering hole as well.
Yeah, we just got here at this beautiful watering hole, and there's 2 buffalo bulls that are just seems to be moving away from the water. I'm just gonna reverse and see if I can have a better view of these animals. Beautiful 2 bulls which have just finished drinking and it's about to leave the area. As I said, these animals will try get their drink before sunset because sometimes they travel a distance to get to these waters and then they try get here before the lions start getting more active, because lion will be the main predator of these animals, even though they're not easy prey, because buffaloes won't die without a fight. As you can see, there's 2 bulls together there, because once they're old, buffaloes are normally in heads, but the bulls, once they're old, they will get pushed out of the herd by the younger bulls, go off on their own, maybe group together and form a bachelor herd. And these animals are considered as the most dangerous animals while you're walking on foot. If you've ever heard of the Big 5, these animals tend to kill more trophy hunters of which than any other animal of the 5, because they've been known by double tracking when they're wounded. He'll run away, cycle back, lie behind the bush, and then you track him down, walk past him and attack you from behind. So that's what they're known of. One would wonder or ask, do both male and female have the horns? Yes, they do. Unfortunately, you can't see clear because these animals are facing away from us. But yeah, otherwise, the bulls have this very distinctive structure, of which we call it the boss, like the helmet in between the horns. And then otherwise, if you look over there, there's 2 that have just arrived. Those are the 2 that you can see clearly. And then those ones have what I was talking about now, the helmet, which is known as the boss. So the females don't have that. That protects them because the bulls fight a lot. They headbutt a lot for dominancy over the females. And then that protects their brain. So that's what makes it so difficult to shoot one of these animals, because they hunch down when they charge, and sometimes a bullet can bounce off that boss. Like I said earlier, these animals won't die without a fight. I've seen lions being chased up termite mounds, up trees, because lions will climb trees sometimes by these guys. So what lions will do, they'll follow these animals during the day and then lie down, keep a distance away from them, keep an eye on them, wait for the sun to go down, and then that's when they can move in and try separate one. This is a beautiful scenery. Like if you look in the water, in this beautiful water hole, there's one hippo's head that's sticking out there, which is quite interesting though. You can look at the buffalo, look at the hippo, as well as looking at this beautiful scene. I'm just hoping more and more animals will come here. Rarely cases, Jason, here are crocodiles, but it have to be a very big crocodile. Otherwise, if it's a small size crocodile, these animals, you'll be amazed on the power they have. If you ask that, it reminds me, I watched once a pride of 17 lions, 6 adult lionesses, including 1-year-old sub-adults or young lions, going for a buffalo or taking down a buffalo bull like this. It took those lions 3.5 to 4 hours to bring the buffalo down. Some of the lions were even injured, which it was very interesting on the strength or the power that these animals have, unless during very heavy drought, because these animals don't have enough food as well as enough water. That's when they become weak. So yes, a crocodile in a situation like that can easily take the buffalo down. I've also watched the Birmingham Pride during very heavy drought. You can hear the hippo making the sound in the water there. Yeah, Birmingham Pride taking down 3 buffaloes in half an hour. It was crazy because they took one down and left one of the big males feeding at the carcass, went over, followed the head and took another one down, left the young ones feeding, and then they went over and took the third one. That's where they ended up feeding, of which when it's heavy drought, these animals become a big target for the lions. Yeah, so this is the sort of prey that the animals or the lions will need, because if it's a large pride, then they need something really big to feed them all, like a buffalo or a giraffe, because if they kill an impala, not all of them get to eat, so they'll definitely need to hunt again. So as you can see, these animals are just drinking, possibly gonna look for a place to lie down, maybe by the water's edge where they are, because there's a nice shade there, but it's also dangerous to them because the predators, like lions, when they start to hunt, sometimes it's the first area that they'll go to because it's a bit warm today, so they might need to drink. They might come down here, drink some water. So if these buffaloes are still lying on a shade where they are, they may have put themselves into danger. So yeah, let's hope they drink and move. Otherwise, if lions come here, we may be able to see something happen, but we're going to leave them in peace. Maybe come back here and see what happened in the next hour or so.
Yes, we're watching a bird flying very high. It is a battler. Darren is doing a great job, I must say, because it is not easy to follow them when they fly. But if I look in my binos, it looks like it's a male. How you can see that it's half white and half black underneath the wings. It'd be interesting to know at what speed they're flying now. I did saw lots of vultures in the sky as well, but they were flying very high, so they're probably looking same as this battler is doing now, to see if there's any kill around. I am very impressed with Darren now. And battlers, when they fly, they move a lot. They turn again, they do a lot of circles. So you can see quite easily it is a battler. You can see there's no tail. Well, you don't really see a long tail. There's no tail for the adults. And also the way they fly, it's a bit clumsy, I would say. When they turn, it moved a bit differently than a eagle or a vulture. When I say clumsy, obviously they are definitely not clumsy. It's just they looked a bit clumsy. This is very cool. Very, very nice. So we're not far from Batilda's area, so it might be the male, the adult male.
Hey, good afternoon, Aubrey.
So everybody, all the hippos that was basking there, they have returned to the water. It's actually a usual way of a hippo do that. So they may or maybe spend a lot of the time basking, but maybe they may not. They were not disturbed at all. One by one return. Only that young one that is still there, enjoying all the massage of this bird, searching around for a ticks. Got a whole bunch of ticks, that one. So the baby hippo, by age of 7 or 8 months, they usually stop drinking, and that, by 4 months they're already getting used to grasses just before they stop milking. But it's always important that these young ones also remain within their parents, because then they come vulnerable when they're out at land without their parents. Due to all the lions, resulting probably getting lost, not finding their parents in time, they've got to make sure, also mother, they have to make sure everybody's in place. And they gain their teeth as they grow up. Lauren, you're asking, do hippo run fast on land? So they can keep speed up about 35 kilometers an hour roughly in land. But they pretty much gallop when they run, so. And they do that fast in that movement, which we usually don't really, human. Not a lot of time you can outrun them. So hippo's nostrils placed right to the top, so that when they're in the water, Robbie, you're asking, would they mate in the water? Yes, they do mate in the water a lot of the time that I've seen. If it ever happened in land, probably, but they usually mate in the water. Oops, that one get a little scared. So mate in water, also a baby can drink milk from their mother in the water or out the water. But I can tell you they're one of the animal with the thickest skin ever around here, with 6 centimeters thicker. So it's actually very thick, but it's very sensitive to the sun too. There is a secretion there which produce kind of like moisture, sort of oil, but then they do run out of those when they spend a lot of time not to return back to the water, a couple of days. And that's a result in dryness of the skin, cause the damage. So everybody, I'm gonna leave this dam for now. It's such a beautiful sitting around here. And then if I would love to. But in the meantime, let's go across to Cedric, who's got a butler eagle.
Yeah, from Chitwa to Djuma. We are with a bird, actually 2 birds. So we came to check on Batilda. We didn't see him, but we found 2 adult battlers in that tree. It is a bit far, but earlier we were watching a beautiful battler flying as well. And also I saw a juvenile battler flying, so it might be Batilda flying as well. But we are very close to where we saw those 2 battlers this morning, so I'm pretty sure it is the same pair. One is hiding at the back, it's quite difficult to see, but there's this one in the opening there. This morning we had a very, very good birding morning with a lot of different species of bird of prey. So it's looked like hopefully we'll be able to do the same this afternoon if we can't find any cats or other big animals. Obviously you can see it is a bit windy. There's a tawny eagle also was flying around. I don't know if it's this one there. Yes, that would be a tawny eagle. I am pretty sure it is a tawny. It's a little bit difficult to see when they fly. But yeah, I think it is a tawny eagle. It's going to sit next to, in the same tree. This is very weird. So I was telling earlier this morning that when there's battler and tawny eagle very close to each other, might be a killer round, because they are the first one arriving at the scene. This is quite weird. I don't really have a good visual of the tawny. I don't know where it went. Do you see it, Darren?
That middle branch.
Okay, yeah, between the branches, yeah. So there might be something there, actually. I know the lions was not far from there after last night. They were at Twindam, which is quite close. Maybe they did kill something there. I'm not sure if there's any road to go see there. But that's a very proper example of what I was saying. Always good to look for battler and tawny eagles in the same area, sitting on a tree. Obviously, if there's lions down feeding at the moment, they will not go try to get some food, but they will wait patiently. That was very cool, actually. Christopher, you're asking if battler mate for life. Yes, they do. I think so. They spend quite a lot of time together as a couple, and obviously they will have chicks together, like Batilda. Can hear some elephants in the background. Obviously, if one of the bachelor will die, then maybe the other one will find another partner. Maybe it would be a good thing to go check there, but I don't think there's a road there. Maybe Mamba Road, because not too far from there. Because now we're currently on Leadwood. I will have to look at the map. That goes to Chitacut Line, and after that there's Mamba Road that goes back down. So maybe I will have to go check on that side. It would be nice if we found a kill with animal feeding. Because of that, I would be very happy, because it becomes something that I tried to explain. And then, because of the same reason, we find a kill. That would be great. Okay, so we'll try to see if there's anything around. I'm not sure how close the road is to that tree there, but we'll look around. In the meantime, we'll send you to Andrew at Chitwa Dam.
So I was about to move off of this dam here. The wind is already picking up much, but then here arrived the bull elephant taking a bath. Well, probably they sprayed over the mud or over his body. So with the temperatures that has rise, this is what they should do as an elephant. So the wind is actually now pushing harder. Perhaps it's going to die down a little bit later on. So most of the time elephant, they would need water but not to drink, and sometimes they would need water to drink. It's going to take a silent moment here, looking at how he does this. So everybody, I'm going to wait for this bull to walk past by, and then I'm going to make my way out of here.
is day one of the annual South African Guide of the Year competition. And our first foot into this competition this morning is all about tracks and signs.
We're going to call you in one at a time. Just look at it, the information will be there.
Our 5 guides have been tasked by the judges at figuring out who is what is who, and where they go in the bush.
It's either Franklin or guinea fowl, but because of the volume of other deposits in the area, we went with guinea fowl.
Detailing the surrounding that you need to look out for tracks. The details is very important.
Looks like it's a very difficult climb because every time it tries to climb, the ground is breaking, so it slides down. But it's the only one. Look at that. That is the call of desperation with the cub. It's like, what are you doing, mommy? Oops! Oof!
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Yeah, what a beautiful day. As you can see, the grass moving a little bit. Yeah, the wind is picking up to cool things down. So I'm sure predators might start thinking what to do when the sun goes down because it's cooling down a bit. Yeah, there were lions been seen this morning, so we moving in that direction to see if these animals are still there. If anything, because they were finishing on a buffalo carcass but not much left. If anything, what's going to happen if they've finished late mornings, they might maybe go look for a shade and lie down or go look for water. So what we're going to do, we're going to go past another water hole and see if there's no sign of those animals. If they're not there by that water hole, so they may be possibly lying on the shade not far from where they were, because there was not much of that buffalo carcass left for the lions. Yeah, so that's what they'll do. These animals, once they finish eating, they may as well go look for water, or they're just gonna lie on the shade. As soon as the sun is gone down, might try to go look for water, because these predators don't have to drink almost every day, because they'll get the moisture from the blood when they feeding. Also, buffalo, it's a very large prey and big enough to feed more lions. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna first go past that water hole, see if they're not there. You never know. Even if they're not there, we might find something in drinking by the water. It will be really nice to see something else except for the lions by the water, which everything is very interesting and nice to see drinking at the water, because it's not very often you come to these water holes and find animals drinking. So you start wondering what time do they come to drink. But yeah, otherwise animals will come to these water holes whenever they're thirsty. Yes, Neville, some do, some just get killed by other lions, because lions have a very big competition amongst themselves. Like the males can keep maybe a number of prides, 3-4 different prides of females, and the male lions will move from one pride to another, but the females will never mix. Also, some of the lions in Kruger will die of disease, because I'd say, talking about these lions feeding off that buffalo carcass there, the buffaloes in Kruger, they're not TB free. They have the bovine tuberculosis, of which sometimes these lions will end up taking down a buffalo that's got the disease and feed off the carcass. They might end up being affected by this disease and will end up slowly dying of the same disease. Yes, there is one old lioness on that Birmingham Pride, of which we suspect she's really old. She's the oldest lioness in the Pride. We think she might be about 17 years old, of which is very old for a lion out in the wild. Yes, they do live sometimes 21 years out in the wild. Yeah, 30 years in captivity. So you never know, but yeah, normally it's either old age or natural disease, but mostly natural causes and competition amongst themselves. These animals will kill each other. Look there, there's two more giraffes way on our left. I'm just gonna see if we can see these animals behind the bushes there. Let's see if we can see the two tall animals there. There's two giraffes standing there, but you can hardly see the other one. They're standing facing opposite direction. The one that we can see clear is the male. And the young male slightly to the left. Yeah, young one to the left, of which you can see he's a bit light in color. So that one big one to the right of the two standing next to each other is definitely a male, as you can see. He's much darker in color and bigger in size. So the one on the left that's looking away is definitely a female. That's a smaller size. So they may be coming from that waterhole I was talking about, of which if they've been to that waterhole, it means the lions are not there. Maybe they just got there and see that the lions are there. Shame. If the lions are there, they may not have that drink for the day, walking a long way and finally got there and then realize that there's lions. So they won't drink. They might try to go in a direction of another waterhole. So that's what will happen with these animals, because lions will be their main predators, as I said earlier, even though sorry, Sharon, didn't hear that. Can you come with a question again? Yes, they do. Like I said earlier, sometimes the males will swing their necks and bang each other quite hard, and then they'll swing those necks very low down, and then they'll use their front legs to block each other's neck and then end up breaking the other one's neck, and then that's it. So the one might die or happen to hit the other one at the right spots, and then you might knock him down. And because these animals, once they're lying flat, and then they won't get up, and that will be it. So it definitely does, and I've seen that happen before. Two bulls fighting seriously for a female, and the other one blocked the other one's neck, and the neck was stuck underneath the leg. He was trying to unhook the head off the other one's leg, but he couldn't until he snapped the neck and then fell off onto the ground. And that was it. And the next day we came over, there were vultures, hyenas feeding at the carcass, and then lasted 2-3 days. 3 days or the third day, we went back to the same spot, and there were lions that came over, because we generalize that hyenas are scavengers. Like God say, all the predators are opportunists besides the cheetah. And then vultures, hyenas can attract the lions, because once the lions hear hyenas making noises or the laughing sounds or seeing vultures coming down, they know there's definitely food. So they'll definitely go wherever the hyenas sounds are coming from, or where the vultures are landing, and then investigate. And then if there's something, then they'll chase the hyenas and vultures and take over. So, wow, it's really interesting. Like, even though the giraffe was dead, it ended up being food for some of the species like hyenas, vultures. At the end was lions feeding on that same carcass. Yeah, they brutal fight, these males for the females. So it's really interesting to watch them. Like I mentioned earlier, you will think they're just playing when you're watching them from a distance. Yeah, so otherwise we're just gonna carry on down this road towards that waterhole I mentioned and check if the lions are there. If we see tracks of the giraffe that they definitely went down and drink by the water, it means the lions are not there. So we're just gonna go back to the last position where those lions have been seen and look around that area, see if those animals are still in that area, because if they're not by the water, they'll be lying on the shade not too far from where they were feeding this morning.
We did a little loop, which is eastern side of Djuma, and we didn't see any. We found, it was a bit confusing, I must say. We got quite close to the tree. We did see two battler, but no tawny eagle, and there was a juvenile battler that joined. So it was a bit confusing for us. But we just found ourselves now with a herd of elephant in the river. It's that nice. It's a beautiful scene, actually. So, I'm very happy because it's sometimes quite difficult to get signal where we are, but now it seems to be okay. So after looking at those battlers, we checked around, we didn't see anything. It was a bit far in a ditch, so I don't know if there was lions there. If they were lying flat, it would have been impossible to see them. Or maybe there was nothing there.
Very close to the boundary of you must have to get a signal here.
Always nice to look at elephants relax like that and feeding. You can see them flapping their ears because it's very hot. So they're cooling the blood going through their ears by flapping it, and then this blood will be redistributed to the body, which will help to cool down the body. Very nice to see them in the riverbed like that.
So everybody, we were just watching the Ngala when it disappeared there. And in this area, they say that there was also the Temba, the leopard, that was seen. So we busy driving around here, hoping to find it again. But these antelope that we've seen around. So probably we may be still around. Such a beautiful moon there up in the sky. It's going to be one of these brightest moon this evening. So I'm going to help these guys searching around on the other side of the drainage line. So there is a drainage line where one car's on the other side. So I'm going to be on the other eastern side of the drainage line there. We're hoping to find this timber again, the young male leopard. So this morning he has worked harder for his meal and then get his meal stolen from Tingana. So much going on between these leopards. Even the father would steal from his son, from his daughter. Would steal from, so it's something to do with the power when that happened. Scavenge from one another. So everybody, I'm going to try my luck around here. In the meantime, let's go across to JP, who they're on a walk.
Welcome back to Bushwalk. We just found a cocoon of an African silk moth. So a few months ago, these caterpillars were all feeding on this knobthorn acacia. And what they do is they produce a large amount of waste product in the process that they are feeding as they're defoliaging the tree. That then becomes available to the plant to be reabsorbed as it drops close by to the root system. One of the other things what will happen is that these spiny caterpillars then will spin these cocoons and go into the cocoon. It's also quite fascinating that the caterpillar will actually dissolve inside their cocoon as a pupa and reassemble itself as an adult moth, and then emerge a few months later as an adult and reproduce again. So many of the caterpillar species that we do find over here are covered with spines, and that spines are also implemented in the production of the cocoon, and that produces protection. Those of you who have touched any of the spiny caterpillars might know that they also create an intensely painful burning sensation on the skin, hence the Afrikaans name brandworm for the species, which means burning worm. One of the things that we often used to find that these cocoons would be used for was for the making of ankle bracelets, and they would fill it up with a little stone and then tie it to the feet, and that would be used to produce a rhythmical sound during dancing. This was especially used by the San, as well as a number of other Nguni cultures, such as the Shangaan people. Good afternoon, Megan, and welcome to the show. And with regards to your question about how big is the cocoon, it's roughly some 5 to 6 centimeters in length. We're going to move off and go and see what else we can go and find.
Every year in August, South Africa marks Women's Month. WildEarth would like to acknowledge and thank all the amazing females who have worked tirelessly to share our nature with the world.
We're gonna have to just wait, okay? She's gonna come out there just on my right-hand side, and she can see these impala.
Now you've got to inhale it. It burns. I don't know if it's supposed to work instantly. Go, girl, go! Get her! Get her, girl! Get her! I'm so looking forward to following her story in the future.
I'm really hoping there's two. I'm really hoping there's two. But you know, even if there's one, oh my goodness, everyone!
And I get to share it with you. Isn't that extra special? I get to experience it and show it to everyone.
And I turned to Shaw and I saw that she had this panicked look on her face. Either she was afraid that something had happened or she was afraid that she was going to miss out on something. But instead of her missing out on those lions, we drove up next to them and I switched off the car so that she could hear what was going on. Now, these lions had killed a kudu, and she could hear these two cubs, both 8 months old at the time, busy pushing and shoving each other out the way to get to the best parts of the meat. And the mom was lying just to the side in the shade. Now, I'd known that before losing her sight, Sean probably knew what a lion looked like. But I really wanted her to know what this lion looked like. So for the first time in my guiding career, I started to describe to someone what a lion looked like. And I found that, I started to notice things in that lion that I'd never seen before.
So Tsemba, the trust, the leopard, so he's around here. We're looking at him now, so he's just sitting, but he's looking pretty much away from us. He's trying his best, since it was his antelope that they were moving into the area, into this drainage line system. With a lot of their patience they have, they don't mind waiting for too much longer for something to happen. So he's actually capable of doing a lot of these hunting. So the other day we saw him, he had a female Ngala of himself, so he's pretty much, I think he's doing good though in hunting. And they always need their space, and that's what makes them feel comfortable. So everybody is saying he's just so happy that he's not actually been so skittish. It is actually, I think also the distance that we kept here between him and us, it's a great distance. He had a lot of chances, I think, during the day, or because of these Ngala, I think they've been in this area for quite some time. Oops, looks like he's got a Ngala because they're appearing on behind of our vehicle, so he's actually looking at them very much. Perhaps he's gonna make himself down into that drainage line, perhaps towards our side. We're just gonna see. He looks, you would think maybe he's looking at us pretty much, but because these impalas, they're actually crossing right behind of our vehicle, so we're in a line with the antelope at the moment. Since from that dam we had it from there, sort of picking up. Chance that he may continue. And I believe also Tingana, he's around. It's been a hot day that I don't think he has moved far away. Nancy, you're asking, would he take down a Ngala? Yes, you would. You wouldn't maybe take these bull Ngala, but if there's a chance, you would take female very much. Good size. These female Ngalas and the young Ngalas. We've seen quite a few of the young one there, and that's why he's actually very much interested in these Ngalas. So you see, male Ngala, they're very sharp and horn, and they can sometimes defend, can sometimes even fight over dogs. I've seen Ngala actually fight with the dogs, the wild dogs. But leopards still do that. I mean, they have a technique of hunting Ngalas. It's got to be one of the experienced leopards to do that. So everybody, we're going to stay put here. If we have a chance, I would love to stay more. In the meantime, let's go across to Dyke, who has got another predators.
Yeah, we just got to this waterhole I mentioned earlier, but it looks like there's no sign of those lions. As you can see, these vultures walking peacefully by the water's edge. These are the hooded vultures, which are the smallest of all the vultures. As you can see there, they have this sort of like naked head, scruffy looking birds though, which occur to be the smallest of all the vultures, which they can also take off quick with the thermal. And they can easily land near where the lions are feeding because they're small and light, and then they can land easy and take off. As you can see, very small head, thin beak, which is capable to put the beak through rib cages or between the ribs and strip all the pieces of meat that's left behind by the lions and hyenas and happen to feed along with other animals like hyenas as well as other vultures in an area of which most of these birds have their own hierarchy, of which can be very interesting to see. Yeah, so no sign of those lions in this water, which this is very interesting birds, and you can see the one is about to drink water there, and then slowly moving, looks like about to take off there. So we'll see what these birds lead us to, because earlier on when we get here there was some guinea fowls alarming on the background, of which maybe it's a sign of those lions, but nothing really by the water. Baby vultures, yes, I've seen white-backed vultures in the nest, but not by the water like these hooded vultures. And I've never seen a baby hooded vultures, because these birds are also on the endangered list, because it's not so many of them around. But yeah, otherwise it's really nice to have them around, because when you're following up on lions, and this is one vulture that's accurate, because as I mentioned earlier, they're very light and they can take off easily on thermal. If the lions are feeding, these birds will happen to land and perch on a tree exactly above the lions, of which the other vultures are much bigger. They need to hop before they take off, but these guys can land and take off. That's why white-backed vultures, the leopard face, won't take chances when lions are feeding. They'll wait until the lions are complete, finish, and then they'll move in and clean up whatever is left behind. But these guys can land anytime and try get whatever is lying around, maybe a couple of meters from where the lions are feeding, because they know they light if the lions wants to chase them, and then they can easily fly away. Yeah, so we're just going to carry on with the search for the lions and leave these beautiful birds drinking here. So yeah, while we're trying to find those lions, we're going to go over to JP on his bushwalk and see what he'll come across.
Welcome back on Bushwalk. We are still out and about and seeing what we can find. So one of the things that we did find is the tracks of a red-crested coron that's over here on the ground. If you have a closer look, here's the main part of the pad and 2 free toes. Unlike other birds, there is no hind toe. And the reason is because it's a ground-dwelling bird where the hind toe has become redundant. One of the other things that I do find quite interesting about corons and bustards is that they also don't perch in trees, and therefore they don't need that hind toe like that a crested francolin or a guinea fowl would need, which is also typically found on the ground. We also interestingly find that red-crested coron will very soon start displaying, and they're the birds that have that very characteristic flight where they'll fly up to some 20 to 30 meters up in the sky and then do a backward somersault and then drop straight down towards the ground. And just before they hit the ground, they will land on their feet. And the better they are at this, the more likely they are actually to attract females. And the female will assess the quality of that display. And if she is happy, she will mate with them. What we also find interesting about their behavior, it's called lecking behavior or arena behavior, where the males will attract the females. And once the female has mated with a female and she's happy, she moves off and she will go and lay her eggs on the ground. Once the chicks have been incubated and the eggs is hatched, the chicks will then simply just follow the female. And only she will assist them As well, what you find is that the male will continue doing this, attracting more and more females until the end of the breeding season. So some of the larger species of korans, which we get, is known as a black-bellied bustard, and eventually the largest of all koran species, which we have in Southern Africa, is known as a kori bustard, which is also the largest flying bird in the world. We're going to continue our walk and go and see what else we can go and find. Let's see what the others are up to.
So we're sitting here looking at these leopard. Oops, looks like something comes to his attention there. Can't see what it is, but we'll probably see what it is if it happens, whatever it's gonna be. What is that, BK? BK says you could see some impalas on the far side. He's positioned where he is, so I cannot see him, but you can see how he just reacted. So he's actually been down this quite a lot. He's got at least skills of hunting. Oops, yes, there's something moving through the grass. Through the bush, there's impalas. And that Ngala is close to him, I can tell. BK, that one. And he's just freezing there. Sure, sorry. Radio. I think Ngala can still see there's something there, perhaps hard to believe is heading into it, which is amazing. It's all about confirm that it's a really predators or not. But once it's confirmed, you would hear a bark perhaps. There's quite a few of these Ngalas. Let's just take this silent moment, just listen or looking at these hunting technique, how it's taking place. Everybody, I agree with you. This is very intense here, what you're seeing happen. We actually search for leopards, spend time with the antelope, hoping to see kind of things like this. It's like how much meters there? Maybe 5 meters, I would guess. So close. And the leopard haven't actually decided to pounce into it yet because eye contact. The leopard is truly sure that prey species can see it, can see one another, and that's why it's a delay on that. Charlie, you're asking why with the Ngala moving closer. A lot of time the prey species are hardly to believe. Some of them, even they would see the spot on the animals, on the predators, but they want to see probably that predator has stood up or movement, doing a sudden movement. There, what we see here, that leopard is actually very flat. Is no sudden movement, no twitching of the ears that makes this antelope not understanding what that could be, a danger really, or it's probably some strange. But this is actually sometimes we see a lot, that once the prey species spot the danger, they're less threatened than hearing it sound from the distance. They can't see it. Now this is a different situation because that Ngala hasn't actually confirmed yet this is the danger zone where she is. But once she's confirmed, this is when she ran away or back. In this case, the leopard won't run out of the patience. He would just gonna freeze there. Perhaps later, these antelope they will even forget because they're quick to forget. Comment from White Man, so he's saying this is here night. Such a cool scene to watch things like that happened. You're very right. You would spend hours and hours trek for a leopard, and to come across such a things like this, we always found the kill is already made a couple of days ago, maybe an hour ago. Oh, now we hear the. What I was just saying about confirmation. Now the antelope have confirmed that was something there. So he's like, okay, you spotted me, I'm gonna move. Change the position. And that's the sound the Ngalas make. So everybody, we're gonna try to reposition here. Hopefully we get to give it a go again.
welcome back on Bushwalk. So for most of the afternoon we started our walk sitting at the dam as the temperatures were incredibly high. So then from there we progressed on our walk to go and see what we could go and find. We were mostly looking at a number of different tracks, a number of interesting insect, field and track signs, and also the nest of a few birds. Our plan from here is to start slowly moving back to the dam and go and find ourselves a little position where we can go and conceal ourselves. Most likely now that it's becoming a little bit cooler, a few more animals will come down to come and drink. With these incredibly hot days, where the temperatures exceed 34 degrees Celsius, we often find that there's a large period of inactivity of animals during the heat of the day, because it actually costs them more energy in terms of trying to cool themselves down and feeding than rather resting up in the shade. That's also the reason why most species of predators are mostly night active, as they conserve their energy during the day and spend minimal energy during the nighttime when it's cooler to maintain a consistent body temperature. One of those are lions, and if we look at it, 96% of all their kills actually take place at night. However, in the winter, if we do have a cool day, they quite often will be active even in the mid-afternoon. A few times I've actually seen them taking down species such as waterbuck, impala, and a number of other animals coming down to the water during these incredibly dry periods of time. In the winter months, these waterholes also become excellent places to find predators. And most of the times when we are looking for big cats, such as lion or leopard, these are the typical places that we will come and visit.
We're currently on Klagos shortcut, looking at some elephants. So some good news and some bad news on our side. We did find the Talamatis just at the border of Buffelshoek and Djuma. Unfortunately, the signal was not good, so this is the bad news. The good news is that we are so close of Djuma, we are hoping that they might come south into Djuma, and maybe later on we will be able to have a look at them. Cross fingers there. Very happy that Andrew managed to relocate Tsamba. For those who missed this morning, we got a sighting this morning where there was Tingana and Tsamba, and one of them killed, which we believe to be Tsamba, a warthog, and we believe that Tingana took the warthog from Tsamba. It was a very intense morning as well, so it's nice to hear that there's a hunt happening there again. Hopefully you will see another kill, but obviously, hopefully, it will be a better visual of the kill. We didn't get a great visual of the kill. Yeah, so these elephants, probably the elephant we started the show with. We're not from Galagopan. On our side, when we leave them, we're walking a bit deeper into the bush now. We will try Zoe's Road again, drive in that area. Andrew mentioned to me that there was leopard tracks that was not going out of that block, so maybe with the weather cooling down a bit, maybe that leopard will start being mobile and will give us a better chance to find him or her. No, it was a male leopard actually, so to find him. And Chopra, you're asking what is an elephant graveyard? Okay, so this is quite a common term when people say that elephant go die in one area. So there's lots of elephant bones everywhere. But actually, why they found so many bones of elephant in one area is that these elephants probably die in the same area because at the end of their life, they have only one set of teeth left, and those teeth are really worn out, so they can't chew properly, so they can't get enough nutriment. So they will go in an area which is where you will find very soft vegetation, so it will be easier for them to chew. And obviously when they can't get enough nutriment, they will die, so basically of old age and starvation. So it will be in the same area generally for those elephants to reach that age. So this is what we call an elephant graveyard. It's because there's lots of elephant carcasses and bones around. I never saw one area with a lot of elephant bones, but yeah, so this is my interpretation of it. It makes quite a bit of sense. Okay, so maybe on our side, let's continue. Those elephant is gone into the distance there. Yeah, so we drive Kalagopan and go check Zoe's road there. Hopefully we can find another leopard to show you, and what I'm hoping is that maybe before the end of the show the Telamatis come south and we will be able to show them to you. Darkmane was there as well, actually. Darkmane was with them. And it's sad, it's so close to Djuma. But yeah, that area is always a bit tricky for signal. But if they move south, then they will definitely be on Djuma. Yeah, so this elephant came from our left, going on that block. Chino, you would like to know if there's any news on my ribs and if you have been seen lately. I think about 2 days ago, I'm pretty sure I heard on the radio that it was on Torchwood. I think not far from First Rock, but I'm not 100% sure. But this was the last time I heard on the radio. I don't think there was another sighting of him in the last couple of days, well, a few drives. But if I hear anything, and if we can go in that area, obviously we will try to go see him. He is very entertaining. I did got a nice sighting with him. It was my first trip here, I think. And on my last drive, he killed a scrub hare. So that was very, very nice. Another leopard I would like to see again is Tavangumi. I really like Tavangumi. I had only 2 sightings with him, but the first one when he walked really close to me and stopped at like a very close distance to myself, that was very, very cool. You get some goosebumps. It's quite an experience. As you can probably hear, it is a little bit windy now. Okay, let's try to go on Zoe's road there and see if we can pick up on any tracks.
As we celebrate Women's Month in South Africa, we acknowledge and thank those women committed to conservation, working tirelessly both on the front lines and behind the scenes. The Endangered Wildlife Trust is proud of the women who dedicate their lives to fighting to save species, conserve habitats, and benefit people. Here's to strong women everywhere who are dedicated to protecting forever together.
We're here at the Advanced Rifle Handling Challenge, which is actually lots of challenges in one to gauge the contestants' skills at different distances and different speeds. This is probably the challenge that the contestants are the most nervous about. So let's get them locked and loaded. are now doing the Hyenas halt, where they have to run back and forth to a target, turn, take aim, and shoot. And this simulates a chase in a real environment and gets the heart pumping and the blood pressure up. James gave us a demonstration, and the skill involved in this exercise is remarkable.
I've seen something I've never seen here before. Look at these cubs. One is crossing the river. It's being washed away, unfortunately, but I'm sure the mother is going to save her. Look at that. How beautiful. Look at that. One crossing, two to go.
It's a huge privilege to be in these incredible places with these amazing animals. I love filming lions. When they do get up and do something, it's always spectacular. When they are playing, are incredibly fun to watch, especially subalterns and cubs. I love being in the bush and working in these incredible places with these amazing animals. We want to bring it to you so that you can almost feel like you're right there and be able to experience it and enjoy it the way we are.
Yeah, just in time we got back to where those lions were feeding on that buffalo carcass this morning. As you can see, that one lion is still feeding there, and the cub just in front of that buffalo carcass there. I'm sure others have had their tan, eaten enough, and they must be lying on the shades. As you can see, it's just the rib cages, maybe the front quarter of the carcass that's left, that shows how much they've eaten off that carcass there. And this is a couple of days. If you look inside, you can see the maggots starting there, like flies have just laid their eggs, and eggs are starting to hatch. As you can see, there are quite a few flies. So she's trying to drag it onto some shady spot where she can lie down and feed in peace. As you can see, that's just the skin. When she pull and open up the skin, you can see how much they've eaten from inside. So it looks like these animals are not going to give up soon. You can see, oh, there's another cub lying there, playing on that bush there. So that shows how well they can blend in. So they hide so well, which you can barely see them. See, the cub is just doing exactly what the mother was doing, pulling the other way. It's interesting though, like I said earlier, buffalo is not easy prey for these animals. So it's very job well done for these lions to have brought the buffalo down, because that's quite a job and it takes some time for them. But as soon as they've taken something like this down, it will feed them for a couple of days. It's lucky for these animals because the males are not here. I don't see any of them. Didn't see either yesterday or this morning. So if the males were here, they could have eaten more than what it looks, because the males are slightly bigger than the females, and they need a lot more to eat. Like these animals will eat until they can't move. They gorge themselves, eat whenever food is there, because they don't know when it's going to be the next meal. That's why they just eat until they can't move. Like lions, sometimes big male can weigh maybe 230, 250 kilograms, and he will need like 40% of his body weight to eat. So something like 100 kilograms of food per day easily consume about 20 kilograms at one sitting. That's why they could have eaten a huge amount of this carcass. So what we're looking at is the Birmingham Pride, except that the white ones are not here. Sometimes you'll see the two big Ross males, which are the two dominant males of this pride, including the Birmingham young male, which sometimes these two Ross males will chase him out of the pride, but every now and then I've seen them feeding off the carcass together with him. They'll tolerate him, sometimes feed off or eat together with him, but it's just every now and then when they'll chase him away for dominancy. So yeah, we're just gonna sit and wait, see how many lions are gonna show up, because it's cooling down a bit. More lions might start to come back and start feeding, because these animals will feed whenever it starts cooling down. Also, the sun is about to set, and then these animals might need to eat as much as they can before they lose this onto hyena. While we're sitting here, we'll go over to Andrew with his hyena.
So in this area, that's also happened. There's a hyena. It's because there's a cat in this area. That's why the hyena. They're always behind a leopard. They're always behind a big cat, such as a lion. But it's already actually in that chamber. Two vehicles in there. And what I've seen, he's not actually accepting sort of a lot of a company. So I make myself a gap. So for now. And that hyena is making his way that side, so it's going to be so much for that young male. For now, I think I'm going to let it chill or settle down. The vehicles, maybe when there's a space, we're going to return back to that area. So we're going to go to the dam there for time being, and just to see what is happening. Yeah, that was very close to that antelopes. And that leopard will wait until that antelope confirm that he is a leopard lying in there. And some grey heron flying above here. Very interesting. Looks like what happened. Usually they would go after one another if there happens two male in the area. It's grey heron. Because of the watering hole that we're around here. Water hole is not far. Just the where that bird flowing into. It's pretty wind, it's harder for the bird to balance when they fly. So we're going to go to the dam there and then perhaps see clearly enough in that grey heron. But definitely two males that they won't go along when they're in the same watering hole. They have to give each other space. It started to cool off, so we're just gonna see maybe if there's gonna be anything else interested to come and have a drink in this water hole here, Chito watering hole. It's been a great day. We have already seen elephants coming near the watering hole, drink about. Those who were about to get themselves in soaking wet, they had done that too. So we're back at the dam here. Already. These grey herons still can't have good of one another. Tabo, so you're asking whether leopards ever work together to hunt a bigger prey. So leopards, they are solitary animals. Not working together. If it happens, maybe cubs, they had a chance of maybe caught something small while the mother's away. They can actually play around, not kill, trying to kill it, but which has seen it before. But once they are all independent, they no longer hunt together and no longer help each other. And they're already independent. They're a very solitary animal. Can't stick around together. So that's what they do. If the lions, of course, they cooperate, hunt together because they're in pride. Cheetah, 2 brothers, 4 brothers, hunt in coalition of 3 males together. It's probably what I thought it is, 2 males in this area that are about to fight about this grey heron. So we're gonna sit here.
Welcome back to Bushwalk. We are still at Leopard Dam, and we're just watching a little grebe that has either caught a fish or a frog. Let's just see what he gets up to. Oops, he's just dropped it. On closer inspection, it's actually one of the little frogs that he's caught, and it looks like a platana. Some people also refer to them as African Claude. Toads. Let's see if he's going to get hold of him. So these amphibians often will release a slimy substance off the skin, which makes them incredibly slippery. And you can see that this little grebe is really battling in terms of getting a grip onto the frog.
As you look there, the one that's standing
just next to the carcass. It's about to feed, maybe not. It's just joined. That's one of the young males, which is interesting though. Like I mentioned earlier on, the white ones are not with the pride, so this young male that's just joined now, last when I saw him a couple of days ago, he was with the white ones, so this is a sign of the white ones not being too far from where we are. You never know, maybe later on we might see them coming out of the bush and join here and feed with the rest. As you can see, he's just started developing the mane. That's how you can tell he's a male lion, because lions, only the males have that mane, of which that protects the head during the fight. Also have some of that on their elbows, because they stand on their hind legs and go for each other's head, so that mane is like wearing a helmet, so that protects his head nicely so he doesn't get scratched on the head, even though this guy is still young, close to 3 years now, but you can just see the mane. Sounds like there's more animals that I can hear to my right here. We might see more animals joining, as I mentioned earlier. As soon as it starts cooling down, these animals will get up and start feeding, try eat as quickly as possible before, because they know if some of them have gone to look for water, and if it's not enough animals at the carcass, 10-15 hyenas can take over this carcass. From what we can see here, it will be very interesting scenery if maybe a number of hyenas can pop in, because there will be huge interaction here. Hyenas will start making the laughing sounds, which that's to me a sound of excitement, or trying to draw attention from other hyenas so they know there's food over here, and then there will be hyenas coming from all directions. But once there's enough numbers of the hyenas, they'll This is 3 days ago, early morning, let's say, day before yesterday. I wish you were sitting where I am, because this is starting to smell, because it's been so hot during the day, so it's starting to smell so bad, but it's not that bad as yet. But I think tomorrow, if you happen to be sitting here downwind, then you won't be able to sit for more than 5 minutes. Yeah, like these animals don't care. They'll eat green, rotten meat. Like they'll feed until almost everything is finished. What they're going to leave behind is maybe the skin or some of the bones that they can't do much. And it will be interesting to come back here 4 or 5 days later, because after these big African cats have finished eating, they'll leave. And then hyenas will come, jackals will come. There will be hundreds of vultures trying to get some of it. And then a few days later, you come back here, you won't believe there was a buffalo that's been killed here by these lions. Even this cow will be gone. Hyenas may take that if they have a den, because hyenas, unlike these lions, which you can see the cubs here, hyenas will have to carry food all the way back, but lions will need to bring the cubs to where the food is. That's why it's good for them to hunt as a pride, because some will stay, eat and guard the food, and then if one has got cubs and then she have to walk all the way and get the cubs, bring them to wherever food is to come and eat together with the adults, except these cubs are grown enough to start moving along with the adults and watch what the parents do. They just know to stay put when the parents are stalking something and wait for something to happen. Sometimes they'll happen to move in and maybe try eat while the animal is still alive. That's why at the scene where lions have happened to take a giraffe down, you'll find one of those cubs dead because they'll move in and try grab the hind leg while the giraffe is still alive, and they get kicked to death with the giraffe. So you will find carcass of a lion cub lying there after when the lions have finished eating, and you wonder what was the cause of the death. It's some of those cubs that are not as experienced. As you can see, that one is trying to feed from behind, but doesn't have as much strong jaw as the mother. So he's just nibbling on that carcass and get whatever he can. Hope he gets something to feed him there, because they have stopped drinking milk, even though they'll still try to suckle from the mothers, but the mothers sometimes won't let them. She'll turn around and lie straight on her belly to tell them, no, this is about time you start thinking that you're not able to drink milk. So we're just going to wait here and see if more lions will join here, and then go over to JP and hope more lions come over.
Welcome back to Bushwalk. It's almost time for us to start heading back to camp as the sun is nearer to setting. And the reason why we normally go back when the sun sets is because predators start losing their fear of humans when they do find or encounter them in the bush. But before we head back, we just want to share that beautiful sunset with you. I'm going to allow for a few moments of silence just to absorb that beautiful sunset and the sounds of nature. Good evening, Maggie, and welcome to the show. Yes, Pridelands do have really beautiful sunsets and equally beautiful sunrises. We just panned the camera away from that sunset and we'll turn back in a moment, but we had a little duiker that came to come and have a drink. Generally, these guys are very shy and they don't come to the water to drink. They're considered as water-independent species. However, if there's sufficient surface water available, they will come and drink daily. So for those of you that don't know where this antelope gets its name from, duiker actually means to dive. And generally when we do get close to them, they run off diving underneath the undergrowth of the vegetation, making them quite elusive and very seldom that I've actually had the opportunity to photograph them. Let's just enjoy watching him while he's busy drinking. In this case, it's actually a she, and she's got no horns. For quite a few of these small antelope species, you'll find that the females are actually much larger than the males, and with most of them, they all lack horns. And this is typical of antelope species which occurs in thick wooded areas, because the horns actually becomes a hindrance when you move through thick vegetation. So this little guy is known as a grey duiker, also known as common duiker. And one of its relatives is actually one of South Africa's smallest antelopes, and that's known as a blue duiker, which weighs approximately 2 to 3 kilograms in weight. We're going to pan out, and in the meanwhile go and let's see what Andrew is up to.
So we decided to give a little bit of a break there. Someone of the vehicle don't want to respond to that area, but then anyway, for that young leopard, a little needed on time. So 2 vehicles, not good for him that I can see there. So it's good that we give a little bit of a chance. If it's a chance, maybe we can return back there while we're around. We will. Now we're stopping here with a male waterbuck. I can tell you, a male waterbuck, they are decent animal. They grow in that size, and it can be anything from above 250, roughly 260 kg. That's what they weigh. So we're still close to Chitwa Dam here, but this is one of the example of how they prefer to be close to the watering hole. There's another one there. I know this morning we saw one, went lay down right in front of us, and then it didn't look like there was more of them around. But here is a 2 male, which means it so happened that they have formed group of different age of males, and they find in that area they have joined a dominant male, and of course they're highly territorial. But if it's no female around, the dominant male, he may cooperate with these all small males that they may be around. But also very same age, very similar in size, bulls like this, it happens. Maybe none of them dominate. They find themselves in the places where it belonged to one of the dominant males. So they're not here to cause trouble because of water, and of course there's no such a marking. So everybody, I'm gonna search around here in the meantime. So we have Trish in Cape Town. We would like to say hello to everybody. Let's go over to her.
How wonderful to have Andrew with a water buck. Here I have something that's also watery, but not a buck. Some Cape fur seals all the way on the island at the end there, and I'm standing on these lovely rocky outcrops. It's me, Trishala, and I have got Jason on camera with me. Jason is a new camera for all of you to say hi to. I bet they're all saying hi to you, Jason. He says hi too. He's just concentrating very, very hard. So we're going to explore this area today. We're at Cozy Bay again. There's so much to do, to look at around here, apart from the things that can wash up on the beach: sharks, eggs, egg cases, skeletons, also a host can check out. So we're going to get to it and see what we can find. And of course, the most glorious thing from all of the things we can see here is the fact that we'll have a fantastic sunset. So hopefully we'll be able to capture that for you as well. So my first port of call, I think, will be what we can find on the sandy bits of the beach. Obviously, we will get back to the seals and enjoy watching them. They are quite far away, but I mean, we can't get close at this point. But I want to have a look on what's at the shore. And then as the tide starts to recede, because it's going to be low tide around 7, we'll have a look a little bit more closely at the intertidal zone. So I'm going to do that, and hopefully we'll find some interesting things.
Every year in August, South Africa marks Women's Month. WildEarth would like to acknowledge and thank all the amazing females who have worked tirelessly to share our nature with the world.
We're gonna have to just wait, okay? She's gonna come out there just on my right-hand side, and she can see these impala.
Now you've got to inhale it. It burns. I don't know if it's supposed to work instantly. Go, girl, go. Get her. Get her, girl. Get her. I'm so looking forward to following her story in the future.
I'm really hoping there's 2. I'm really hoping there's 2. But you know, even if there's 1, oh my goodness, everyone.
And I get to share it with you. Isn't that extra special? I get to experience it and show it to everyone.
You are cheeky. That was a brave decision. Amber Eyes is... Oh. That is so magic. That was absolutely wonderful. Amber Eyes just gave that cub an enormous hug.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Yeah, always interesting, like, to see the lions. But if you look here, they just lying down peacefully now, which it seems like there's no threat on them, of which they just lying next to the carcass because they know this is about time when the hyenas start to move, of which it will be really interesting to see what's going to happen. Like if you look on the other side by the trees there, there's lots and lots of vultures sitting and waiting. You wonder what they think. They might go back to their nest, or they might roost here and wait patiently for the lions to finish eating. As I said, these guys will just wait and wait because vultures are very patient. Yeah, so they're just waiting for these lions to finish eating here. And then definitely there will be hyenas lying around. As you can see, that young male now he's got to the carcass, he's trying to turn it around so he can get inside and try eat from the inside, because it looks like there's still a lot of that buffalo that's meat that's still there, but definitely they've eaten from inside the skin. If you see the power that he has, even though he's still young, to drag something like that on his own, that's very impressive. Yeah, so yeah, this looks like more animals coming in to join. As I said, the hyenas are going to start to move, so they'll try to eat as much of this carcass as they would like to. Yeah, we'll sit here and hope to see if there'll be hyenas coming in. Let's go over to Ferric with beautiful view and hope more animals will come.
Welcome back with us. As you can see, we're looking at a beautiful sunset. We're currently on quarantine, and we did drive quite around the western section of the property, but not much luck. So I don't want to be too far from where the Talamat is, or just in case we start crossing into Djuma where we can get signal. But it is magnificent this afternoon. It is a little bit windy, but at least the wind is not cold. It is quite warm, so it is very pleasant. And now we're looking at the sunset going beyond the trees. Actually, it was the sun going behind the trees, not the sunset going behind the trees. So I think our plan now is maybe to go check Gary Dam, see if there's anything there before it gets too dark. And then I will maybe drive again towards where the lions was, just in case they started to move south. It would be nice to see them with some signal, obviously. And Darkmane was there too, so it'd be cool to see Darkmane again. Okay, so just going to do a little loop on quarantine and head to Gary Dam. It's always an amazing experience looking at the sunset in the bush. It is really, really special. This is the time of the day generally you stop when you stay in a lodge. You stop for a little break during the drive, have a drink, look at the sunset. And it's very nice because you look at something beautiful and you can hear also all the animals around you, the birds. So it is very, very pleasant. Okay, so we'll continue and go make our way to Gary Dam. In the meantime, we'll send you to Andrew.
So everybody, we came to an area that Tingana had that little bit of a warthog. So first things for the sensitive viewers, because this leopard is actually feeding on the, so Tingana in fact feeding it right there on top. So would much appreciate if you cannot watch this for now. I don't think we're going to stay long because it's a rotation here going on. And then also there's another vehicle that is in the area which they may make their way out. So it's such an amazing because the timber is actually underneath the bottom of the drainage line, waiting for possibly any leftover. Doubt. If Tingana would give that much of a chance to that young male to finish or go back to that eating. You can see how Tingana is painting really. Now, Tasha, so you're commenting saying that it's nice to see him up in the trees. Yeah, it is very nice. You know, I think what makes him go up is because of that hyena we saw when we were moving out to here. And then it camped in an area. And then he got up into that tree. But he also aware of the young male in the area because that young male is right on the base of that tree. So he wouldn't really leave the area until I don't think it's even a chance for him to go drink. Because once that happens, Temba then he's going to have his turn, take the prey, the kill. So you're asking with the wind makes the leopards nervous. They would love wind when they need it for a hunt. And that wind they assist cat species to be able to exercise their ability to hunt. But the wind may disturb prey species, such as an impalas, all of these antelope. It's also a usual way of a leopard. When they have a kill, they always hoist it up in tree. Probably trying to growl at the timber because timber is moving around in the base of that tree, as you can see movement. That's what we heard. Tingana making us a little bit of a noise. And the hyena, see the hyena BK is coming right in front of us there. So these hyenas still in this area. For sure, these animals, they never give up. They're always behind. Cats, as you can see how they actually clean the remaining all the fall over piece of meat. So hyenas, since they can't climb the trees, they always wander around the bottom of the tree and then all wait and hope for when they're falling off bones. That looks like one of these bones that hyena just picked it up. There's another young hyena that is actually very young coming in here. Then it has to be maybe a den not far away. You can see this young hyena hasn't actually had much experience of. It's just wandering themselves into the area because all they can smell is a meat around here. Eventually, there's a two fully grown hyena. They're all about greeting there, that kind of behavior that was happening. Tsamba is actually on the far bank. And this is all happening on this side of us, on the western bank, so he's not disturbed by this hyena for now. All he's got to do is to make sure that kill is not going to fallen off. Because what that happened, if once happened, hyenas is on the bottom of that tree, they would eventually steal it, and he is not going to have it back. You're saying Ngana, he doesn't look very comfortable there. It's actually very thin branches that hold up. He's holding into that little branches there. He wasn't gonna fall off, but of course it's not actually a decent branch. This species of this type of tree here, milkberry tree, doesn't have such enough branches like these of marula trees they have. They're not actually good pose for leopards because they have a lot of branches, but they're very thin. Samba looks like he's coming in. I just missed that comment from Gabby. So Gabby, you're saying at least in Ghana he looks full, yes? It's great actually. I know that he's actually taken from the young male that I heard from the guide. But at least he had a little bit of feeding in that. And that's why he's gonna not let it go. He's gonna make sure he eats it and done and move on. It's been actually a while since I've seen him this far, very east. And he's trying to balance there with these little thin branches. It's great for Ngana because he fits everywhere he goes. He's not actually looking for trouble, he just moves around, smooth hunt. But what we see here happened is the way they do, stealing from another. Jeffrey, so you're asking would the hyena attack a timber? If he's nearby, yes, they would definitely gonna go. Well, I believe they cannot actually see him on the far bank there. But these big hyena, they were definitely gonna go close to him, and he has to move out of the way. These hyena, they have very strong jaws that would easily kill a leopard. Especially with Samba, since it's not actually fully grown male. So he has to stay away from the hyenas. You can see Ngana how he paint, so is that he's eaten. And it's always way of digest when they paint like that. Or sometimes fully growing male like Tingana, or there is a Tsamba on the far bank. Hardly to see him actually. So size of a Tingana as a fully grown male, she would need roughly 3 kg, 3.4 kgs of each meal he would have. So everyone, if we don't get disturbed by another vehicles, I would like to stay for another look here. In the meantime, let's go across to Trishal in the ocean, Cape Town.
I found this glorious little pool here. So much going on. Now, I wonder if you can see. First, I'm going to show you the anemone. It's a sand anemone. It's right there. I mean, I hope that you can see where I'm pointing. Right there. And we've had a couple close calls. Firstly, one of these sea snails that are moving about that I'll point out in a bit. One of them came close, the tentacle touched, and then it pulled back and the snail moved away. There was also a little fish that did the same thing. And that's obviously because anemones will happily take a little fish that comes past. They're ferocious predators. They'll grab anything with those tentacles. As soon as they hold on, the tentacles are sticky and they can pull it into that central mouth. This is quite a small one. It's only about maybe about 3 centimeters, 4 centimeters in diameter. So pretty small, but still very, very hungry, very predatory. Now that's just one. So it's not doing too much else besides sitting there and waiting for food to come past. Now, just a little bit further ahead here, you see these snails that are moving around. Obviously, they're snails, so that means that they are mollusks. Oh, here comes our little fish. This is a different fish. So much happening in this little pool. It looks like a tiny clipfish. It's right here. I'm not going to touch the water because as soon as you disturb the water, everything runs away. It's just moving through here. This is the second one. There's another one that's brightly colored in here too. It's black and white. Hopefully that pops out. So these mollusks that are moving around are gastropod mollusks. So they're snails. So they've got a radula, and they use that radula to scrape off the algae as they move around. And you can see that they're very busy at the moment. And being low tide, it means that there's quite a lot of action that we'll be able to see. The action is a slightly slower paced than you're used to seeing in the bush, but it's action nonetheless. So they're moving along. I'm hoping that we'll get a view of its operculum, there you go, which is the little door it uses to close itself into its shell. But it looks like it doesn't want to show it to us right now. Alright, we've seen the snails, we've seen the anemone. Now where is my beautiful black and white tiny fishy friend? The last I saw the fishy friend, it was under this little rock bit here, probably hiding from the much larger snails in the anemone. It doesn't seem to be out just yet. I was really hoping for that, but it's okay. I mean, this is one of the nicest little rock pools I've come across here at Cozy Bay. Just because there is so much happening. I see some other types of snails as well, and their shells, making them look quite obviously different. But I think within this little pool, my favorite to watch as the other animals came past was that anemone. There we go.
Calling all WildEarth explorers, we have a new and frankly awesome travel prize for you to win. andBeyond Phinda Private Game Reserve encompasses an impressive 28,000 hectares of protected wildlife land in KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. As you have seen on WildEarth, andBeyond Phinda showcases one of the continent's finest game viewing experiences and is well known for close-up sightings of the elegant yet elusive cheetah, as well as the rare black rhino. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer before the 16th of September, and you and a friend could be heading to the magnificent Phinda Mountain Lodge, where you will spend 3 nights escaping the real world at this ultimate safari location. WildEarth explorers, it's in your nature.
Our competitors are in the room behind me right now for the birding challenge, where they have to look at pictures and identify the birds and then separately listen to bird calls and identify them. But it's not easy. This is going to be the toughest one. Here we have the previous year's winners. You can see they're trying to see if they can remember all the answers, and look at them taking a sneak peek.
Oh, it's going to be in trouble now. Oh, this is unbelievable stuff. Here comes a hippo in too. Go, Impala. There's a hippo coming in. I can't believe what we're seeing here. This is what we normally see in East Africa. It's all over. Hippo leaping at the crocodile now. Everything's gone underwater.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Yeah, we're still sitting here with our lions. It seems like they starting to come back again. As you can see, one of the cubs is standing there and slowly trying to move back towards where the others are. But none of these animals seems to be feeding now. So one earlier picked up a piece of meat and walked away with it. And like I said, it seems to be getting old, the carcass. And by tomorrow, these animals may have left and go towards water, but they're not moving too far. As you never know about these animals, one of them might want to come back and nibble on the carcass. As you can see, they're just lying not too far from the carcass, so they stay guard the carcass, maybe just looking around if there's no hyenas in the area, because it's going to start getting dark and they know hyenas might try sneak in and get some of this carcass. Even that young male that was trying to feed there, he just decided he's going to leave, but he's lying somewhere behind the bushes, hoping to see hyenas coming and see what's going to happen here, because it will be really interesting to see more and more hyenas. Yeah, like I said earlier, fully grown male lion can take about 100 kilograms of food per day, because that's like 40% of his body weight. So male lion can weigh maybe 230 kilograms, so that's how much he needs, and can easily consume about 20 kilograms at one sitting. And you can see there's another lioness just walking slowly back towards the carcass there. Another one moving back in. So it seems like they're not going to go too far, because they know the hyenas might be in the area, possibly know that even if we don't see any hyenas in the area, but I'm sure these lions, they definitely know there's hyenas. That's why they might want to come back. I thought they're slowly moving away, but they're not. They just been checking around if there's no other predators like hyenas that might disturb them. And maybe in their minds they know if they go too far from the carcass, the hyenas might sneak in and get the carcass from them. But coming back, they will try get more of that carcass before it's too late for them. But the cubs looks like they're so happy. They were playing with the leg and they couldn't do much about it, and they decided to leave it there. You can see they're just lying, not interested in eating. As I said earlier, that was enough for all of them. As you look at the carcass there, even that one lioness is just sitting there to show that she's had enough to eat, but the thing is she's just concerned that hyenas may come over. So she didn't want to be too far from the carcass. She's just going to lie there next to that carcass and keep an eye at the carcass. See, she's going around. Might hear a bit of a growl because there's another lioness that's feeding, but well hidden behind the carcass, you can just see the head popping in and out every now and then. Here we go. There's another one that's moving in. That's the young male that's coming back next to those cubs there. Let's see what he can do, because the young males, even though he's about 3 years old, the dominance is start now. If he wants to eat, he'll go over there, and then if he really wants to eat from the side where the females are, he can easily go and push them off the carcass. But just decided he's going to do exactly what the other lioness did, just lie next to the carcass. He looks young, but they developed this this young males will develop this hate against hyenas, even though he's still young. If a hyena will come here, he will be the first one to go after the hyena. We're just going to spend maybe another 10 minutes, and if there's nothing happens, and then we're going to leave these animals. Let's go over to Andrew with his leopard.
So we're still sitting here. Tingana's still sitting right here at the top. As you can see how he's trying to balance. He's still actually balanced there. You know, with now the difference being lions and being a leopard. Of course, male lions always, hyena, they would be scared of him. But leopards, actually, they're small cats. And many of the hyena, they take chances. They even overpower leopards sometimes. And they kill away from them. So this is actually my last look at them, because it looks like everybody was having their sundown and now they want to come back here. As you can see, one vehicle's already using their spotlight back there. So lucky they're not shining at the Tingana at the moment. But he's just there chilling. And then leopards, they have their own technique of hunt. Solitary, they move alone. But that's how they survive. You know, looking at the Tingana, it's actually a decent male, coming pretty much on his prime age. Then he still survive. And today we can still see him. He's not actually very much territorial at the moment. That's why he fits everywhere he goes. Even though he steals from the young male, but so he still got a meal there to feed for keep him going for the next couple of days until he probably kill another one. He can still also kill for his own. Being older, the claws are still sharp, can use them. They may want a little bit of a tooth, but and then they're still strong. Heather, you're asking would he also eat the organ? So he pretty much, and then I've seen leopard actually open their intestine and then take all of the fibers out of that there, and then he eat all the layer. So organ, lungs, all these kidneys, and that's where they gain the moisture, and from there they don't actually have to look for water, because then they have already moisture from their blood in that animal. Gary, you asking would he defend his kill even though he's still full? Yes, very much. And that's why he wouldn't even move away from there. We can't even see the kill, but it's because of the thick. It's probably on his close to the chin mouth there. He's busy defending it. But from the leopard that is around here, that young male, it's pretty much defending it. Because another leopard can climb that tree to get it if he's not there. So the reason he's set there, it's all about defending that kill that he stole from that young male. Because for sure, nothing goes to waste on the leopards. They would feed on anything they can. What I heard was, I actually haven't seen what size of a young warthog was it. Soft bones and all of these would be taken. Sure. So he's trying to balance there. See him painting still. It was actually a little bit of a growl he was about to do there. Perhaps because he's looking and then he can still see that young male. Every time that young male do movement, he doesn't trust the young male because he believes that may take chances of maybe getting up there and then claim his kill. And that warthog, young warthog, was actually good size for such a timber, the leopard. So for him, I think it was not a good idea having this kill where there's another bigger male. So that his kill went stolen. Since we're using the IR light, so there are other vehicles that are responding here, I think they may like to use their light, and that's why I think when they arrive here, we probably can't enjoy anymore because then they would be using their spotlight, able to see that sighting. It looks like they're going to have a long night being around here.
We have a different angle of the seals now. Still on that rock. Lazing about, hoping to catch some nice sunny warm rays. It's very cold. It's just a little chilly actually. I've been colder here in my last few days here. But they're trying to absorb as much heat as possible, although they are pretty well insulated. These Cape fur seals, they have a nice thick layer of subcutaneous fat or blubber, and also they have two layers of fur, or two types of hairs that constitute their fur. So essentially it creates two insulation layers. And they do look very relaxed, all kind of lying on that rock. They usually start their pupping season around November as we get warmer. So hopefully we'll be in for some really awesome views and sounds of the pups as they move around. Sometimes they play in nurseries. They often try to swim, which is unfortunate for them because they don't swim very well for the first few months. And they often get taken by predators. But it is lovely to see them. Now, I had a few questions. Jerome, hi Jerome, you wanted to know if anemones had any predators. Well, being a predator themselves, they don't have too many, but you will get the occasional turtle or even a sea cucumber. Another echinoderm that enjoys them is a sea star. Even some fish, actually, will go after them. Yes, they do have the tentacles with the cnidocytes in it, or cnidocytes rather, but at least their stinging power, majority of the species that we get here, is not too bad for humans. So those fish could be repeatedly stung. You might find that they'll go back and get a chunk of an anemone for their dinner. I had another question from Chris VDM. You wanted to know how they reproduce. Very interestingly, actually. So they're cnidarians, so they are closely related to hydroids and one you'd commonly know, a jellyfish. So they reproduce a little bit differently to those organisms that they're closely related to, just because they don't have a medusa phase. So what that means is that jellyfish, what we see as jellyfish, is the medusa phase of a Scyphozoa. That's a class of cnidarian. I know it's a lot of words, guys, but we'll get used to it. So the jellyfish starts off as a little polyp, and then the polyp matures, and then it buds off, and then we get this medusa, the jellyfish that we know and love. Hydroid, which is another thing that an anemone is related to, that also has a medusa phase, a polyp phase, and then a medusa phase that's free swimming, and then a polyp phase again. The anemone is different in that it doesn't have a free swimming medusa phase, but it can reproduce by budding, what's called longitudinal fission. So they stretch out and then split into two. I know it sounds like something out of a horror movie, but they do it. And they can also bud off bits of them and then create another anemone. But of course, you know what the problem with that is. The problem with that is that you can only reproduce asexually that way. So you can produce lots of offspring, but they'll all be genetically identical to the parent. But they can reproduce sexually. It's just that they throw their gametes out of their central mouth. That's it, and hope for the best, and hope that they throw out my eggs, and then hopefully there's some sperm somewhere around in the ocean too that it will meet up with and have genetic variation within that species. Obviously it works for them because they're all over the place. They're very cool. I love anemones. I also had a question from Chris H. Chris H wanted to know if the pools ever get so hot that the animals die. Certainly not in Cape Town, but it has happened in the past in other areas, especially in areas where it's very, very hot. Only though, if it is like a heat wave, so something that the animals are not adapted to, or it's somehow a freak wave has brought it in, has collected some animal into a pool, then ordinarily it wouldn't be in that pool. But it doesn't happen in Cape Town because it's quite chilly most of the time. But it is something that could happen. It's just that extreme conditions would usually beg that. Well, I'm going to sit here, enjoy the sunset, and I'll share it with you in a bit too.
Yeah, what a day. We just left those lines there. Yeah, I'm hoping we're gonna see more actions tomorrow when we go back. So it will be really interesting to see if these lines are still there or they've left. Even if they've left, there will be interesting stuff to see there, because the vultures, if there's no hyenas, then the vultures will have come down and feeding on the carcass. We might see one or two jackals. You never know. Male lions can come in as well and finish up whatever these lionesses have left. And yeah, we're just hoping to end the day with the leopards. As we see driving along this riverbed, we're just gonna come out of the riverbed now, take another road that leads to one of the small watering hole. As you saw, we went from one to the other and found some interesting stuff. So we're just gonna drive past another small water hole now, see if we can come across a leopard drinking there. It will be really nice to end the day with the leopard. But surely we had a very good afternoon, but I'm hoping, and let's hope tomorrow it's get even better than this afternoon. So yeah, just gonna carry on down this road and hope to find a leopard. That will be a good finish of the day. As you saw, those lions are happy, so happy to see the cubs feeding, because they need to eat oftenly, because they're not drinking milk from their mothers now. So that's why these lions have to hunt constantly, feed the cubs so they can grow bigger. It will be really interesting and nice to go back to the carcass and see maybe the white lions will be there. It will also be good to see the white lions have joined the pride, because they every now and then they'll join up, but as soon as the big males come back, and then these guys are gonna leave the pride and go somewhere else. But that young male that came in there is a sign of those white lions that they're not far from that area, because we saw him 4 or 5 days ago with the rest of the other ones that are missing there, including the 2 white ones. Yeah, so I'm hoping to get back to that area tomorrow and maybe find the white lions feeding at the carcass. Yeah, as you can see, I'm going through this beautiful terrain. It's a good area for a little bit of wind picking up, of which this is a very good advantage of these leopards hunting this time of the day, because if they move into the wind, the chances are very good for them that they can sneak on their prey without the prey species hearing or knowing that they're there. So we might find a leopard in a tree with the carcass tomorrow. You never know. So driving down this road, because this is where tracks of a leopard have been seen this morning. So nothing came out on the road this afternoon. And what we're doing, so we're making sure that we drive this road. If we don't have on finding this leopard, if we come back here and then find tracks, we'll know these tracks are on top of our vehicle tracks from tonight. So no, these animals is not far from this area. So we'll start looking from where the tracks are. So yeah, let's hope to find something before the end of the day. But yeah, surely I'm hoping to find a leopard down this road. And if not, I would say we had a beautiful day. So yeah, leopard will be nice. And I'm gonna carry on and see if I can find my leopard along the way.
As we celebrate Women's Month in South Africa, we acknowledge and thank those women committed to conservation, working tirelessly both on the front lines and behind the scenes. The Endangered Wildlife Trust is proud of the women who dedicate their lives to fighting to save species, conserve habitats, and benefit people. Here's to strong women everywhere who are dedicated to protecting forever together.
For me, the best part about being a guide is being able to live out in Africa's wild places and being able to share that with people. Of all the challenges, for me, the one that I'm probably the most comfortable with is the game drive. I think that's what I do most days, so that would probably be what I feel like I'd do the best at. It's like someone's put little Lego blocks up there and made this perfect little sort of statue, and there's another one further along as we drive. One of the challenges I'm the most nervous about would probably be shooting. I think on the day there's always quite a bit of pressure and intimidation, always associated with it, but I guess we'll see how it goes. I hope I'll win this competition, but if I don't, it's still been an experience of a lifetime, and I've learned a lot and met a lot of really, really cool people.
Goodness, look at its wobbly legs. Oh, I don't believe it. I can't believe we've actually seen it. Oh my goodness. Oh, careful, careful, careful. Oh no. Oh, it's okay, little one. Okay.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
I got into wildlife filmmaking because of a passion for nature and a notion that I could make a difference. Helping others fall in love with nature brings meaning to what I do. It's also a lot of fun. A couple of times per week, we receive some very heartfelt messages from viewers telling us about how WildEarth has made a difference in their life, whether it's helped them through a difficult period or simply helped them to reconnect with nature. I think that's why we do what we do.
We are just in time to watch as the sun shapes behind the horizon there. I see the cormorants are late to the party this afternoon or this evening. Usually they're flying in already. Today they haven't arrived at our Cormorant Rock, the one that we've been spending time with and watching them at. But still beautiful, beautiful scenery here. Really fantastic. The clouds are starting to roll in, at least where we are now, and the wind is starting to pick up, so I wonder what that means. I bet you know. I see a few cormorants just on this rock here. Oh, come here. Come closer to us. Come say hi to us. No, but there's still a few on that rock over there that have come to roost. Not on the usual rock, not in our usual spot where we've been sitting and watching them for a while. We had a question from Janet Quinn. Hi, Janet. You'd like to know if these seals are vocal and can I hear them? They're not vocal right now, but they certainly are vocal. They pretty much go, oh, 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 as seals do. And then the pups go, ah, 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 just like that. But they certainly, you can hear them from the beach, even though they're out on that rock. You can hear them from the beach when they are vocal, but right now they're not very vocal. They will get certainly very vocal when it comes time for mating and when there's pups around and there's all this activity. Males will start to get territorial, females will start to get territorial as they carve out a little space for their youngins. So I think that we'll be lucky and we'll be able to get some nice action with them as the months progress. At the moment, I'm just enjoying the calm that comes with being at the ocean, especially in the evenings to watch the sunset. I have a few comments as well. C. Cantrell. Hi, C. Cantrell. You say that the tide pools that we saw earlier are like little fairylands, right? I think so too. Which is why I love investigating them. I feel like I'm 5 years old when I squat next to the little rock pool and point with my little pointer. Ooh, what's this? Ooh, what's this? Ooh, what's this? I love it. I love it. I'm glad that you're enjoying it too. Then I love SA. Oh, ILSAF. I'm assuming it's I love SA. You wanted, oh, you saying that we pick the best spots. Thank you. Thank you. Although I must say, you would be pressed to find a spot in Cape Town that is not as scenic as this spot. I mean, everywhere I go, I'm just blown away by the beauty, and the scenery is just unbelievable. Even just driving on the highway or whatever to get from one point to another, doing normal things is so beautiful. It's a different type of life, and I enjoy it. Anyway, that's it from us, at least for this afternoon. And I hope that you enjoy the rest of the safari, and please say hi to Tingana for me.
Yeah, very nice that Trishula is enjoying Cape Town. I did myself spend around 2 years in Cape Town a while ago. I was studying there, so it was very nice. So we made our way to quarantine. It was a bit quiet for us, but the good news is that we went to go check on the Talamatis again, so we did find them again. And unfortunately there was no signal, so that was the bad news. But they moved just inside Djuma. So literally they just crossed the road from Buffelshoek. So if they continue in this direction, hopefully there's a good chance that we'll be able to see them tomorrow. That would be quite nice. And what is nice also, it is that Dark Mane is currently with them as well. So it's like a full pride, basically. I didn't manage to count exactly how many individuals there was in the pride, but it was very nice to see them, and I really hope that tomorrow we'll be able to spend some time with them. It is a little bit windy here, but I'm going to stop here and see if we can look at those impalas. Yeah, so that was nice to see that we are going in that direction. Hopefully we can find them for you tomorrow. That will create a bit of excitement on ourselves. Very happy also that Andrew managed to relocate Tingana as well. What a leopard day, actually. I heard there was some hyenas also there, which is very nice. So I'm sure you're familiar with quarantine. Mostly every night we found quite a lot of antelope coming to lie there and relax. I did look for white-tailed mongoose again tonight, but no luck. The wind did pick up a bit, so it will be a good chance for the predators to hunt tonight. Obviously when it's windy the prey can't really hear very well, so it's an advantage for the predators. You can see this impala there sitting and chewing the cud. I hope though it doesn't get too much windy. Michael, yes, everything is looking peaceful on quarantine, no alarm call, didn't see any sign of predators around, so they're sitting there and enjoying the wide open area, which makes them feel a bit more safe because we can see a bit better. But I think with this wind tonight, it will be a bit tricky for the prey. One thing which is in their favor, it's the moon. We're getting quite close to full moon, so it gets quite light at night. So they will see better. They will see better, and they will be able to pick up on the predators that come around. I do like quarantine. It's a beautiful open area, which is quite big actually. It's a good place to watch the sunrise and the sunset. So it's quite on a little hill, so you have a good advantage point as well. Yeah, they look very relaxed there as usual. Would be nice to see a hunt on quarantine actually. Would be a good place for a cheetah to hunt, but cheetahs are very scarce here, unfortunately. But to see a leopard as well would be nice. See a leopard hunting on quarantine, which is a bit tricky for them because it's very open. But I think it was a great day. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Great lion sighting in Ngala. We got some nice leopard at Djuma. Always nice to look at Cape Town as well, and Phinda for the bushwalk. Thank you for your question. Join us tomorrow morning, and bye for now.